Yeah.
You already tweeted to the universe?
Picked up my mic. You're on mute.
Whoops.
Okay.
Well, I don't think anyone's tuned in yet.
But anybody watching the replay?
Well, I guess anything bad like toilet paper. That was funny. Was that Greg?
Mm-hmm.
His voice.
All right, welcome everyone. So, this deck has been trending towards this direction for a while now. Actually, before we start, it's kind of been known that the worst card I think in the deck is Allosaur Shepherd. So, in the last few weeks, we've been just kind of searching for possible replacements, and I think I kind of know where we want to go now after some tinkering the last few weeks. Um, Notably, the there's been a lot of losing lately on my behalf because I've been trying different things. I tried the main deck grief scam package. I think it's like really good game one, but my experience with it, at least, and your miles may vary, but it plays into hate that is normally good against us and makes it even better. So, and I found out I just didn't want to go down that avenue because I didn't want to open ourselves up to being very weak to such things as Grafdigger's Cage and an opposition agent. I guess agent doesn't matter against against the scam package, but like Cage is the big one, or Containment Priest, right? Uh, I tried the other day crop rotation and loam as the two slots to cover Shepherd, and I kind of like that because I think they're generically good without having being redundant the way or having diminishing returns the way additional mana dorks have. Not to mention crop rotation is like really good against some of these combo decks, and loam is just like two mana draw three, right, more or less. The other thing I like, and shout out to Matt's Matt's Ellington. Uh, he 5 0 and sent me a list this earlier today. I'll bring it up. I quote tweeted it just now, but uh, here we go. I just sent this. I just quote tweeted this, but he put in a list with 3 endurances and 2 snuff outs. Main deck grief. I personally think the grief should probably like I played the one of grief in the sideboard as a fifth Thoughtseize before, and I think it's kind of better there personally because of the low black count game one. Um, but I don't hate the idea of trying to play as many free spells as possible. So like 3 endurance, 2 snuff outs, or maybe you can split it the other way depending on your metagame. But I do like the endurance main deck. Gives you more game that you might otherwise like lose game one against something like Reanimator. You can randomly steal now and has a pretty high floor still. Um, I thought about going 3 snuff out, 3 endurance myself, but I opted to play the crop rotation and loam because I think they're just generically better cards, and um, so that's the logic for that. I can even see really like cutting the crop rotation or something, but I think it's probably fine. The sideboard is like 4 Thoughtseize and a lot of just one ofs. Um, Before I played like a Veil of Summer in the sideboard, but I cut it after talking to Matt's because he doesn't think it's great against Delver, and I think I'd rather just have the crop rotation if that's the case, right? Like I don't want to suddenly have a kind of iffy card. We already have like a lot of iffy cards. I'm just doing the bare minimum against Delver. That's always kind of been my philosophy. I think it's not great use of the sideboard to try to win a matchup that you should be favored already. Um, and you want to be able to beat combo because that's where the highest EV is. Uh, the rest of it is like pretty straightforward. I think ideally I would play like a 15 card one ofs sideboard, but I just think C's is just too good not to play the full set. I think everything else I'm willing to go at one point at some point to like one ofs because that makes it harder to play around. But we can go and get started. Before we start, this may or may not be my last stream for the foreseeable future. Oh, great, we're playing against Brian. And the reason, nothing bad. I have some personal news that I will announce. Maybe next week or so, whenever it comes up. But for those of you who are following me on Patreon, you already know what's going on. But my wife will be expecting any day now, so might be the last stream for a little bit. Um, I think against Brian, there's no way he's not on Storm. I don't think we can keep this. This is better. I just hope he whiffs. I think we just put that back. So we kind of have to get a little bit lucky here. I don't know what Brian has, but if he passes the turn, we might be able to maybe make a game out of this. But we'll see. All right. Shields are down for a turn, but it is what it is. We just have to pray now, right? All right. We're probably gonna get echoed here. Nothing we can do about that. Actually, I take that back. He's probably gonna just add Nas, right? He has 5 mana floating. Needed him to not have the LED there, but this matchup is not one that I'm a fan of. Kind of wish I had the Veil of Summer here, but that's okay. I think Crop is probably better overall than Veil of Summer, and even then, TES can beat Veil of Summer. The thing that hurts us too here is thank you, dudes. Thank you. Yeah, I think regardless of how tonight goes, I'm gonna try to be in a great mood. I know. I think 2 streams ago, I wasn't in the best mood because it crashed like 5 times. I think that's not quite true, Dukes. Only because the cards that I've been adding to the deck are like kind of good against these turn 1 decks. Obviously, like we're better against the graveyard decks because of endurance, but cannot beat the Rider Flame decks here. And I don't want to. I'm not resorting to playing something like Mindbreak Trap yet. Yeah, I think I like it a lot. I would play a main deck if I could. The problem with that is like between having I don't want to suddenly lose to some of these like prison type decks, namely Moonstomp because I have to fetch black proactively. Not to mention, I think Snuff Out is 0 mana versus 1, and I think I'd rather make myself just like rely on endurance, right? It's a creature, so I can see myself like playing maybe no removal and just playing Thoughtseize. The problem is like then you probably lose game 1 to DNT, which I don't think we want to do. Like accidentally lose game 1 to DNT. We can cut this. Actually, all the endurances are bad. Grief is good. We can cut the snuff outs. Needle I like. We don't have many great options. I think we can probably cut the layer. We're probably not gonna activate it. Um, the ley line has applications. They can actually loam is not good in this kind of matchup, so I can see doing that. Sure, but yeah, I think actually Dukes. I still have some ideas for Maverick that I want to bounce off of you. Uh, so whenever we get the chance, let's I'll slide into your DMs so to speak. Hey Geo dude, how's it going? Man, I don't love this, but I'm trying to think what a win looks like from here. Like, our only good top decks are just like, I think we have to keep just on C's, but I don't really like this. Like, the problem is we don't have many great cards for this matchup. So I kind of have to keep a C's hand, right? Because, like, if we don't keep this hand, we're like, what are we keeping? Alright, we can just ignore the Barrels of Summer now. Um, they can do Dark Ritual Wish Claw. I kind of want to just like take the LED and just like they don't have any mana, right? And then if they want to, actually, let's take the Brainstorm. If they want to go for that line, like I think be our guest, so to speak. I don't know if that's right or not. I feel like it's Brainstorm because they have two Wish Claws. Let's stay, sure. That was a misplay by me right now. Anybody want to guess what the misplay was? I should have had the. I didn't think about it through. I should have rotated the Bayou on upkeep for. I should have rotated the Bayou on upkeep for what's it called for Saga too, so I can turn on the needle a turn earlier. Oops. Let's set this here now, so we don't screw that up. What am I doing? That was a mistake. It may not matter. Maybe we're just dead anyways. Yeah, but maybe we're just dead. I don't think we're supposed to take the LED, but I mean, I'm open to being wrong on that situation. This is like the least the matchup I want to see least. Like endurance doesn't have any text, unfortunately. Ritual's interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I was thinking like, yeah, ritual's interesting. I screwed up regardless because what I'm supposed to do is like draw. I need like, I take this away and then I forget about it. But what I was supposed to do is draw step crop for Saga so that I get Needle next turn. It obviously doesn't matter here, but because I'm dead anyways. But like it's possible I'm supposed to just take the ritual and hope they don't kill me, right? I don't think it would matter, like based on their hand. They had like a ton of mana, and sometimes that happens. Ugh, we're playing against somebody who's 0-3. That's not how I want to play. I typically don't like being the 0-3 bracket for a different reason than just that means you're likely 0-3 yourself. More so, like the type of decks that you face in that kind of bracket, we tend to not be good against. Like these all-in decks. I think we got them all. This is like one of the problems that now I'm starting to realize with this build. We have fewer one drops. Um, Jesus. Yeah, then we have the mole. So yeah, cutting two Shepherd. One downside. We have fewer one drops. To be fair, Shepherd turn one is not exactly the best start, anyways. And maybe we're just drawing poorly right now. Um, I don't know. I don't think we want to go to four though. Perhaps we should play another Shepherd only because that increases our one drop density, but it's not a particularly strong start for whatever that's worth. So we took the ritual. I'd be curious. I have to look at that replay again, but I wonder how much mana they have floating. Well, I guess they could just echo, right? Huh. Hmm. I'm gonna remove this stop and then I'm gonna forget about it later, as per usual. Looks like it could be just control. I could be wrong though. Like Tundra doesn't scream combo to me, for the most part. Um, I think here we're just gonna fetch Bayou. The second land should probably be. Okay, that's a little awkward. The reason why I didn't lead with Saga is because I know next turn I don't want to make a construct, like no matter what. So one of the important things about Saga is like if you're unsure, it's probably better just to delay playing it or delay tutoring for it. I learned that the hard way myself, and just I'm sure others have. Like the sequencing is like different than you would think. This probably gets forced. I don't remember what we mold, but I guess we'll see. I can't imagine this doesn't get forced. I'd like to see what we mold. Ooh, that's pretty neat. I like to see what we mold to in the previous hand, or two hands, really. Maybe I'm supposed to keep hands without one drop, but that seems wrong. So let's see what happens here. Mm. Is it worth it to me? Probably not. I don't think being down two cards is worth it. Um, we'll just pass turn, I guess. Hey, I'm Bad Mental Mister. How's it going? In hindsight, maybe I'm supposed to pitch because I want to make a Saga token anyways, but that doesn't seem great, to be honest. Let me think about that. Yeah, maybe that's correct. Like, I don't think we're gonna use the oof anyways. Yeah, I think I know the deck. It's it's the Marcus deck. It has sagas to recur. So I gave them an extra land. Um, Unfortunately, there's a good chance they have dress down too, which would be annoying. I think that's a prismatic ending. Yeah, that's okay. We don't have our target's main deck for what it's worth. This might be a lost game because we went to five, but we'll see. Ugh, all right. I think we just have to attack and hope they don't have it. Oh my god, that thing is kind of insane. Hindsight's 2020, but I think it might have been better in like thinking back now to keep the endurance as another attacker. Sure, but maybe not. I think this game might have been lost regardless. Definitely didn't help that we mulligan twice. And that could mean maybe we want to play another dork. Just to have enough one drops. That's an interesting attack there. I guess they probably have the answer for the endurance. And maybe we're supposed to just ignore this crucible. Like, let them have their land. They have a removal. We get blown out. I just don't think we win otherwise. Actually, let's do this way. So they have the removal. Oh, okay. We're just gonna lose this match. I don't think we can come back from this board state, but I could be wrong. There is a natural order top deck, I guess. There's that. So F6. Natural order off the top wins this. I'm trying to think, like, we have 6, 10, 11, technically 15 one drops. Maybe that's too low. What do they do? How do they kill my shepherd? Oh, the swords? Alright, we're probably just dead. Alright, we'll cut out the snuff outs. I think we want to bring the seas. I definitely want the lantern here. I don't think we want the endurances. We need another cut. I think grief is better than endurance. Crop actually is not particularly great, but crop for saga could be. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 6, 10, 11 one drop. Maybe that's too low, right? The thing is, I don't like any of the other options available, so I'm gonna run this as is. Sure. This being a cradle is like good and bad at the same time. Gets countered, we're not happy about it, but if it doesn't get countered, then it's like quite good. I think here, because we want to develop our mana, we're gonna go ahead and just like ramp first and then seize second. That's like counterintuitive, but like I think that's what we want to do. Looks like a removal spell. So that's fine. I I think here we're gonna ramp again. The nice thing, I guess, here is on the following turn we can actually clear the way with C's off the Bajuka Bug. And if they don't do anything, well, yeah, we're almost locked into that, I think. Uh-oh. The disaster scenario there would have been waste our body, swords our thing. Interesting. They're quite a while away from Wandering Emperor. Like, do we care? Probably not. Hmm. That is interesting for sure. Okay, I gotta set this. I think like actually it doesn't matter because it's a fair matchup, but it could cost me down the road. So we'll take that and then pass. The interesting thing here is we can actually hardcast the grief. I actually think I want to do that and take the Wandering Emperor out of the. Oh wait, we drew the card we wanted anyways. So interesting. So they kept the Wandering Emperor. Let's see if they miss a land drop. Nope. Well, sort of, right? It's next turn now. This thing is a little bit of a liability based on how things are shaping out. Right, 2, 4, not enough. I think I want to cut the crop. It has not felt good here. So we know that they have a Wandering Emperor coming. For whatever that's worth. It's kind of annoying, but so right here, if they kill our if they kill the hoof, what ends up well, let me think. What is going on? They only have one line, right? Uh, Oh, I see. They're playing around the fetch. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. If they tap the hoof, the rest are big enough. Actually, that's fine. Oh, this ETB on the Timeless Dragon is kind of neat, to be honest. So they all get a bunch. I think I'm not even gonna count. It's lethal. Yeah. Why am I counting? It's okay. The crop there. Maybe I should apologize. It did sort of win the game, but it was also kind of dicey for what it's worth. Needle looks a little bit maybe more attractive. Just like name their, I don't know, wandering emperor or something. The crop is somewhat of a liability. But crop getting saga is really good too, so it's hard. I have to think about that some more. Maybe it's just worth testing. Like, we can just set up this loam crop kind of recursion, right? Every day I'm becoming more and more of a Maverick or Lance player. Depending on the day, obviously. Ugh, that's not what I want to see. Maybe we can cut a land too. I hate uttering those words, but with the loam in the deck and a crop, but maybe not. So here, if they don't kill the noble, we'll probably just like flood board. They do kill the noble, we'll probably still flood board. Yeah, they're killing the noble. There's no reason not to. So I think that if they counter the hierarch, so the interesting here is I don't want to lose the back to basics. So I'm gonna do that. Like people try to back to basics me a lot for whatever reason. Like it's fairly easy to play around if I actually think about it. Um, but if you get sloppy, you can lose to it. So there's really no need to be sloppy. Um, 3 mana do nothing. We'll just pass. Let's see what they do. Actually, I can do that. Bashes for 2. That's kind of a free attack. Oof, that's annoying. Because the bog's in our hand, but it is what it is. I think there's a chance we're gonna get Supreme Verdict here. Yep. Ooh. Actually, I didn't. I screwed that up. I didn't think it through. Oh my god, that was a bad mistake. I should have got the lair. That was a bad mistake. I should have got the lair so I can saga right now. Just to get rid of the timeless dragon, but it's gonna cost me now. Yep. That was a bad mistake. I don't know why I did that. Like we already had the cradle in the hand. Not to mention not getting the layers. Yeah. Yep. Not playing particularly well. So the problem is that, like we can't even grist now. Is the real problem. No third eye nuke yard before Necro. Uh, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. Actually, I don't need it. Yeah, that's fine. I can do it now. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a grist on an empty board, but screwed that up big time. Like by not sequencing correctly. Right, like our grist should be at 4 instead of 1 now, and we're down a creature. I guess it didn't matter if they did that, right? Well, I guess we would have one more creature, right? That's the difference. Actually, it's bad because the ending we could have nuked with the bog. Ugh, it's just like completely bad. Maybe we can still get out of this, but I'm not happy about how we played. Actually, that loam being put there is kind of hot. That loam there is a recursion of the saga. Yeah, Grist pitching a loam is a pretty nice feeling. So we're gonna put the saga, and we're gonna get a saga back, a cradle back, and probably an, a fetch. I would have to imagine. If you want to surgical my loam, they're down a card, so that's fine. They brainstormed and did nothing? Alright, we're gonna attack and see what they do. Sure. We're gonna mill first in case we mill something relevant. So that cradle and fetch. Probably actually should have did one of the other ones. This is kind of disgusting now. Thank you for the raid, the tonic booth. Sure. It's going good, I think. We can't block that. Sure, that's fine. I didn't realize they were playing this. That's all. I think we're gonna plus. So it's gonna be lethal here regardless. I think we're just gonna try to go for the kill. Cancel. Oh, I should have loamed so they don't get draw two. Okay, that was well. I guess it's fine. That's kind of an interesting interaction. Okay, we got lucky, I guess. Didn't play the best, but got there. We got too old here. I not much. Well, we misplayed, but I think we probably lose anyways. His Brian's hand was pretty good. What do we mull game one? No, I don't think we can keep that. Like, well, maybe. You go turn one, pass, turn two, artisan. They maybe even ignore. Turn three, Gris. It's not the worst, I guess. This again, no one drop. Like if this rotation here is just a dork, suddenly this hand is playable. But I have to think about like how much we want to go on the one drops. Like missing on a one drop is kind of bad. Granted, what is it called? MC. Could be, yeah. Just what is our opponent playing? We have two arbors in hand. I feel like we gotta mull this. Probably that. Our hands have been kind of awkward, and I think that might be reason to cut the crop main deck. Like I don't want awkward hands. I feel like maybe we just kept the natural order. I feel like if we just like have playable hands, we're not gonna lose most fair matchups. So that would be like one thing I would change at the moment. Just have more functional hands. I think here our opponent is representing back to basics, so we're just gonna fetch basics as well. Maybe they have a mental misstep or minor misstep up. I don't know. We're slamming Gris no matter what. Next turn. Possible we should have kept the natural order, but I felt like I really wanted to hit that third land drop in most situations. Granted, we probably would have hit the third land drop anyways, but so we're gonna do this first because it can just pump the artisan if they counter it. And if they want to trade like a Snapcaster or something for it, I think we're fine with that. Not to mention we could just evoke endurance. Right? That's kind of gross with Fiend Artisan. Actually, now I'm kind of glad that I took the land, right? Just hitting land drops. What is your favorite basic land art? Great question, Dindry. Um, I actually don't know. So here, I think I'm just gonna try to get them with the endurance flash. They most likely have removal. I should have main phased that, I guess. Like maybe I'm not supposed to assume my opponent doesn't know what they're doing. Kind of wish also that I had the whatever main, the plague engineer. Would be kind of nice. Right? Like now it survives. Sure. Kind of bad for me. Yeah, I'm maybe I'm just not supposed to assume my opponent doesn't know what's going on. Like I think that's a bad habit of mine. I just assume my opponent. I should just assume they know what's up. That's not good. Maybe I was supposed to kill that to buy a turn. So if I block now, it buys 1 turn. Alright, I'm gonna go to 6. They're gonna attack. Oh, interesting. I guess the endurance bluff was enough to scare them. Sure. What is going on? Cauldron is no bueno. So the interesting thing is we can't stop the cauldron out, so we might as well take the damage. That actually makes our decision easier, ironically enough. Alright, we're dead. Let's see. I think we may want the engineer. I'm not 100% sure on that. Like, it's almost like they're a weird tempo deck. It's like really strange. I I don't want to give them value to their masterminds, which I think is actually kind of bad. Needle, probably. I don't think. Is this an endurance matchup? I feel like we don't want to actually give them value with their mastermind. I don't know about Force of Vigor. I do not know about that here. Snuff out. I don't think we want crop. Actually, needle's probably bad. I think that's better. I don't think we actually want that, but I could be wrong. I think engineer just to fill things out. I guess we can board as if they're control, right? Like I don't think I'm scared of the tempo plan. That's probably better than grief, which I think is bad. I think here we might need C's to protect the way for Reclaimer because like our hand doesn't really do anything else otherwise. So I feel like we should probably do that and just like take whatever interaction they have. Like take the removal spell. I think we Reclaimer has to I think untap here for us. Maybe they force. I don't know. Sea Priest, Snapcaster, and Mystic. Um, I think the Priest is the only relevant card. In case we draw like natural or whatever. I actually don't think we care about Mystic. Like they can get their thing. If they want to shield down, they can. I think what's evident to me is the crop rotation is somewhat a liability. And maybe we just want another playable, if that makes sense. trying to think what that would. That's probably just. I think we want another one drop. I think. Sure, I don't think we care about that. I kind of like when they kill the shepherd. Doesn't do anything. Saga. I think a snapcaster with swords here is likely. They're- Yeah, this is why I don't like endurance as well. It's like snapcaster can mess up our timing. Hey, Jay Z, how's it going, man? Oh, they have a jit? Come on, that's not fair. It's supposed to only have Cauldra. Sure. That is actually kind of interesting. Oh my god, don't tell me I boarded the needle. I did not. Shit. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Actually, let's do it this way. Oh, get that Atraxa up in here. Cradle without even thinking. Oh, it's only 3? Sure. I think the lesson learned here is we should have got Needle. That was a mistake on our behalf. Jesus. My God. I hate that dress down is everywhere. It's like really annoying against our deck. It's like a time walk. Yeah, yikes is accurate. I think we're gonna lose because this needle is not in the deck, and maybe we should have just assumed that they would have it. Like the deck, it's like weird. Like, all right, let's do that first. Actually, that was the wrong one. I should have not done that. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think that not put boarding the needle is gonna be a game-ending loss. The GTA is gonna come down right now. We're gonna have to block. Also, I think getting the tracks of Caracas is pretty unlucky, but it is what it is. It's annoying also that Snapcaster and Fairy Mastermind are not the same creature type. So I can hose them with the engineer. Don't tell me they're gonna dress down again. I think Mastermind, I believe, is a fairy rogue, but let me look that up. It is indeed a fairy rogue. I think we just name human then. Uh, in theory, I guess they could. Uh oh. Kind of unfortunate for sure. Speaking of the devil, why are they not the same? We has Hydra, we win. I think it's kind of bad, right? Like the Force of Vigor down a card. Also, how are we gonna know that they're gonna have the Caracas for the Atraxa? Like it's like a one of, right? So it's just a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. No, what really lost us the game, to be honest, is like we didn't have the needle, right? We don't care about their, two ones and one twos. Otherwise, did we board out the oof too? I think we did. I think we just assumed that they didn't have GTA because it doesn't make any sense, right? Unfortunate. Uh, trying to think, what do we even want here? The engineer is already dead. Agris is like okay, but they just like kill it, right? Like it's just gonna die pretty quickly. Like I'm not even sure what gets us out of this spot. Yeah, my fault for not. I don't know. Not a great line by me to just like assume they don't have the GTA. And now I think we're gonna pay the price. I don't know how we deal with this GTA now because we didn't board in the needle. So that was an oversight on my behalf. we can actually kill the mastermind here. Um, like maybe it's worth it. So it'd be a 2-2 here, and then if they have a thing, then we like die. But actually, in case they have okay, whatever. I'm all in. Wandering Emperor. That was a mistake by my on my behalf. Like I should have known. Well, I should have played around the Jite, and then in case they try to make me draw, then I can like play my spell. But now that's I can't do that. So that was a mistake on my behalf. Looks like force is up. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh my god. All of this because we didn't board in the needle. I don't think we're coming back from this. I don't think we have an out. Is the problem. The way we boarded, like we didn't respect our opponent and we got punished. Actually, I want to pause this real quick and then use the restroom. Alright, we are back. How greedy do we want to be? So we're gonna leave with this, and then essentially be on the draw. We're gonna leave with the arbor, and then if they waste us, they waste us. I don't think we care. I don't want to lose to. Oh, that's interesting. Sure, that is interesting. Well, had I known better, I would not have done that play. I don't know what they were on, but would not have made that play. I would have just ramped turn one. Oh, sorry, played arbor turn one is what I mean. This is kind of bad now. We're a turn late on the shepherd. I think if we don't run the crop, maybe the three shepherds are okay. And we play the same list we have been playing. But that's asking a lot too. Because Loma is gonna be pretty bad against, like, admittedly against combo. It doesn't really do anything. So maybe Shepherd is the best of the available options. I really don't like the card, but all right. It's saving us here at mid for what it's worth. I think we just run everything else, to be honest. Maybe there's a block here. Who knows? Actually, I should turn off auto heals. Warrior. Might be a Winoda coming down. Sure, I don't think we care about her. No blocks. We're just gonna kill on the crackback. We have lethal. Yeah, a ton of mana. As much as it pains me, it feels like it's probably. Wait, what? Oh my god, did I just miscount? 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I guess I did. So that's me. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 plus 9. We had lethal next turn too. That's alright, that's on me. That one is on me. Probably not the saga. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. For some reason, I thought it wasn't even close to lethal. I thought they had 12, but guess I didn't count correctly. That's kind of embarrassing on my behalf. Uh, yeah. Yeah, that was man. I'm getting like way too relaxed with some of these matches. The good thing is we do have a second league, and I think we did learn stuff from the first league. Uh, my opinion on Max's list is and Max, full disclosure, is a good friend of mine. All right, how greedy do we want to be? All right, 1 second. Uh, all right. So regarding Max's version, um, I think it's probably better game one and better if your opponent doesn't have hate. The problem I had when I ran his list or similar was they I found it's a little bit more vulnerable to the stuff that is kind of good against this deck already, namely Containment Priest and Cage. I think the ceiling could be higher from what I played because then you have some of these broken starts. But I personally found it, and granted, the list I ran was a little bit different because I wanted to keep Elvish Reclaimer, and I didn't play some of the higher drops. But I felt like it was a little bit more inconsistent too. Like, but the ceiling is higher, like because you can have some of these broken starts, and I do think it's probably better against combo because you get to play main deck Grief. That was kind of my read on the list when I tried not his exact list to be fair, but similar. What do I want here? I think that's probably fine. The more I play, like Loma is really good against some of these wastelanders, but maybe we don't need it. I think. Yeah, that is my read on his list. Because for what it's worth, I have played Grief before, but mostly in the sideboard. Um, Pitching a card is not something that I always want to do as well. For what it's worth, it it's good against combo, or at least like because you don't care about having cards in your hand. But in fair matchups, I found it to be somewhat of a liability because the card that we have that I like a lot is not really one I want to pitch. Specifically, Phenars. Here, I think we want endurance because in case they fury us, we still have a board, right? I don't think we want to just like let's do that and just pass. Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely think we're less explosive. I don't think that is debatable because you don't have some of these broken stars where you like go turn one grief, evoke, grief, reanimate, like, and you just like essentially him your opponent or double tosses your opponent. But the floor I found is a little bit lower because you can have some of these really awkward hands, and maybe because I'm like less risk averse and I don't mulligan too aggressively. And what about the list punishing was playing? What do you mean by that? Maybe I don't understand your the argument at the moment. I think we'll bash and pass. And what about the list punishing was playing? Okay, maybe I'm confused. I don't think I understand your question. I know he tweeted the list. Like I said, Max and I are good friends IRL. But oh, I think Shieldred is a card that will probably win a lot of games. The way I built the deck, and maybe it just might be a deck building philosophy. Okay, we stole this. We should have 3-0 to be honest. We like threw game one. Um, what did we play against MC? I think it was an opponent we didn't really respect, and we lost because of it. So maybe this league is not all like lost after all. Oh, it's the we didn't the needle game. I think Snuff Out on the sideboard is fine. So the reason why I kind of like Snuff Out as the main, and maybe this is just my problem because I've found people when they see Hello Newton, they just assume I'm on elves, even though I mean to be fair, it's been a minute since I played another deck on online, and I haven't played paper in forever. The issue is if I don't run removal main, then they don't respect it, and I get like exploited, and maybe I'm overvaluing the exploited part. Okay, here our opponent seems to be on Reanimator. I think the bog is here. This is kind of bad. I'm mulligan. Alright, I think I'm gonna keep, and there's a chance like this Reclaimer goes the distance. But I value not getting exploited. So what I mean by that is like, because I have the Snuff Out main, my opponent either risks getting blown out or they have to play differently as a result. Is what I mean. But I think like if your opponent doesn't know what you're on, you don't need to have Snuff Out's main. And even if they don't know, even if they do know what you're on, I don't think it's a must. I just think that Snuff Out like really falls in line with the idea of the deck, namely you want to be as tempo positive as much as possible. I think here we are going to take the mana, and we're gonna just like soft assume they're a reanimator. They more to 3 as well, for what it's worth. That's like usually a sign they're on some kind of combo. Alright, I'm kind of glad now that I've mulliganed. They're on the combo deck that I hate the most. I don't really enjoy playing with or against oops. I just, because what? Why do they have verdant? Okay, so they're not on oops. I don't know what they're on. Potentially still reanimator, but okay, interesting. Do we want Saga here? Saga's a grind card. I think we want to hold endurance up. I think it's like reasonable. This could not have panned out any better, I think. So we're just gonna hold endurance up. If they seize, we hit the Gristlebrand response. If they don't, we make constructs. I also got lucky with the top deck, to be honest. Yeah. All right. What to do? What to do? So we definitely will adjust the deck accordingly post after this league. If all goes well, we would have salvaged this league at 3-2. I do think we want more stability in our one drops. Like I don't want to mulligan aggressively, and maybe that I just need to be more risk averse as possible. Um, and this loam, I think the idea also is like we beat these wasteland decks, but maybe we can beat the wasteland decks without loam. Is the counter argument, I guess. And then we have room for another card. Do we want needle or do we want force? Force stops animate dead for what it's worth. I think the blessing is like reasonable too. Actually, the shepherd is not great, so maybe that. And cut a. Actually, I don't know the blessing here. Possible I can just cut the guy's blessing too, like. Well, if we cut artisan, we can't even play grief, right? Because like that's part of the reason to play grief because we have a higher black count now. If only a certain shaman were legal as mana dorks, then But such is life. Although to be fair, if shaman were legal, I think there's a realistic chance it might be correct for our opponent boarding graveyard hate against us, depending what it is. Okay, so I'm not gonna fall for the Curtis trap again that he got me last time with. I think we just let this resolve. So Curtis is gonna allow me to want me to walk into that trap here, but maybe I'll humor Curtis. I'm glad you think that, Curtis. And then Curtis is gonna respond with, you know, it is not, so to speak. I think here, like, do we care? Like, I actually don't think so. Like, like they can have the grief. I don't think we want to be down 2 cards. Okay, there you go. Did we mulligan? We did not. Uh, oops, wrong one. I think we want to ramp actually. So I think our line now is gonna be like turn two R's and fetch land go, and then like into grist maybe. Like I don't think I've ever lost to these like not desperate, but like plan B, reanimate my stuff or their like grief cards. I don't think that wins the games for what it's worth. Like I said, I don't think I've ever lost that like plan B. I mean, maybe that's jinxing myself here, but the exception is I did lose to this like white plume, not white plume, sorry, turn one season dungeon engineer the other day when I like out of reanimator. Sure. Okay, so they're on the. I believe they're on the XJ Cloud list that they just posted earlier today. Sure. They're gonna attack. I don't think we care.
No.
Oh, even better. Yeah. Okay. So we got one chest. Considering like this matchup is like really difficult. Probably should have played better against MC here, but maybe us we got into the 1-2 bracket. Maybe it was easier to win the last two matches. Um, we lost to control. I do think the deck is misbuilt. I mean, based on the gameplay, right? I think. Let's close this for a second. I think the deck is probably misbuilt based on that. I it might maybe I just overvalue consistency, but didn't feel like we needed loam. Uh, and crop like maybe it's just better as a creature, right? Like may we want crop is quite good though for what it's worth. The problem is against control. I think we want to board out one, two, three. Sorry, one, two, three, four, five, six cards at minimum. Let's just say this is that for a second. It's one, two, three, four, five now, and maybe another card. So crop is not even like. So we do that. Uh, to be fair, this gives us the most explosiveness too, like against combo mirrors where force of will is like relevant. And we're less. Every time I try to cut this card, I come back to it because not because I like it, because it feels like it might be the best of the options at one drop. What do we want to do here? So yeah, one, two, three, four, five. At least five minimum. Maybe we keep one endurance against control, but four, five cards, six coming in. Maybe we can keep one crop. Sorry, not one. Yeah, one crop maybe. It does help against combo. And then the other one maybe like another noble. But then there's like diminishing returns, obviously. That is an interesting option. I had not considered in a while. Actually, if we do that, we can like play main deck snuff, just like increase the number of free spells we have. We put another dork. So for now, let's put a bird in here. Do that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven still, and then have another card the sideboard freed up. I don't hate that. Maybe play a second ley line. So as of right now, it would be one second. One, two, three, four, five cards at least against control. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, I count six if the grief comes in, and then six cards need to come out against Delver. So we still have one, two, three, four, five, six. Although the sixth cards are like pretty iffy. I don't hate it. One second. I need to like. I don't think I have the third noble here, so I gotta add it. That or play the second shepherd. Maybe we just play the second shepherd, so I don't have to waste time. Do it this way. Yeah, I don't hate this. Uh, I think if there were no other options, I would play the fourth Once Upon a Time. But I just think that we have enough options where we don't need to do that because I don't really want to draw like multiple copies. Like it's like half a mulligan, right? If that does happen. So here, just playing three of like of our zero mana stuff, and then we have more turn zero hate now, right? Uh, Grief, snuff out, play engineers. Yeah, I think this is like reasonable. We're doing like the bare minimum now against Delver, right? Like we essentially have three bad cards where I don't really like. I'm just gonna like take my chances, so to speak, right? Oh my god. This person's on Oops or a lot of random decks. I think we'll keep. If they're on Oops, we're happy. If they're not, we probably lose because they're usually on some aggro. Yeah, so they're on like the zoo type decks. From what I understand, the reason why they do this is because there are people who will mulligan aggressively against them, which makes sense, right? I think here I'm just gonna fetch a basic. They kind of have to deal with this reclaimer, and then if they don't, it's like 3/4 tribal is probably good enough. They probably bolt it. I would imagine. Sure. So I'm gonna take three here. Just for once, I'd like to play something normal. Um, I think we bog here because we don't have a better play, and just keep DRC from dealing us a bunch. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's the. Oh my god. Shoot. I've lost to this card before out of initiative, believe it or not. I feel like we're not going to win this game. We got our turn one play killed, and now they have a pump. You know, this person, their decks are usually very creative. It's just I sometimes feel priced into keeping this endurance hand because they alternate between that and like oops all spells, which is like smart but hard to play against. I think we're probably just dead. Yeah, I know. It's definitely a very clever thing to do for sure. We kind of, I did, yeah, because um, it's quite hard otherwise when people know what you're on. Oh my god. I think we're gonna lose game one here. Maybe I should have molded to something more aggressively. Yeah, I know. For what it's worth, we did keep like a pretty suspect hand, but if no, we're just straight up dead. I think we're on the draw too. Yeah, we were. I don't think we can beat this hand. Our opponent also just had all removal. They had the well, what would be the Delver no cantrip hand, right? Right, we're dead. I think here we just want to be a combo deck because they pretty much are stone dead to combo. I think. Um, what I think we want snuff out. Engineer is good. Uh, endurance might be too slow to be honest. I don't. This might be relevant. Actually, endurance I probably like over some of the other options. Shepherd doesn't do anything in this matchup. Grief. Do I want grief or force? Probably grief. Let's just try to cheat on mana. Speaking of the devil. We hit engineer. Well, sure. Once prismatic ending and bolt. Uh, I think if they don't have any pressure, yeah, we'll give them the removal spell. Yeah, it's just kind of unreal, right? We take the thing and then their deck is probably like 16 threats or something. I don't know, and they top deck the one card that we don't want to see. They bolt our guy. I guess not. I don't know. Maybe they're saving it. I just don't know how this deck ever beats combo. Is my only thing. But also to be fair, they probably have a lot of people mold to force against them because they're always on like oops. All right, they're gonna clock us for 3 here. Sure. Huh. Actually, that's not a bad top deck. Probably attack the Gris. We'll block. Oof, that's annoying. They probably waste here. That's okay. That changes our plan a little bit. So our thing is a 5/5. Hey Mike, how's it going? We went 3-2 in the first league. Looks maybe 0-1 so far in the second league. We lost to Brian Cook and we lost to like this weird Jeskai Stoneblade deck. I misboarded and it like cost us because I just assumed for some reason they didn't have GJ and they did, even though we saw Stoneforge game one. Uh, I think they want to do that. We're just gonna block. Sure. I think they play the Taiga. That's okay. I actually don't mind that. Don't tell me they have swords. Because that would be obscene right now. Oh my god. Super punished. How much removal are they playing? 4 bolts, 4 chain linings. Just essentially conceding the combo matchup, I guess. I should have. I figured I could play it safe. Yeah, I don't know. It was a mistake, I think. I should have just left the 1 token up and be down a land. That would have been safe because I could chump block the Goyf and then the Gris lives. Wait, what just happened? Why did the Gris die? Okay, maybe I don't remember this card. Battle. How much? Why doesn't it say how much does it have? That's okay. I don't know why it doesn't say. Did I just lose all of them? I guess I did. Shoot. Just making a ton of mistakes now. The turn I'm supposed to. Oh my god. Actually, I should have done it the other way. That was a mistake. Have the Arbor live instead of the token? Just gotta dodge swords to plowshares now. I don't know how. A little bit punished here for. A little bit punished for not playing the land to play around the wasteland. A little bit punished. I think we still might win this game because Phoenix is just holding on the fort right now. They could just like go all in, I guess, and try to take the Grist down. I think if they do that, we allow it to happen, and then we're just gonna like huff them next turn. Also, we could just block. There's really no rush. Oh, it's exiled? Oh, sure, I see what you're saying. Okay, sure. Oh my god. Like, it's like straight up, they're just conceding the combo match. It's kind of insane. I let the thing die, and I might be punished now for it. Well, to be fair, they did have the swords. I think is we not drawn natural order this whole time. There's one in our yard. Oh, they're gonna bolt the thing and hope to get lucky. I think. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, that was bad. I like missed the land. Jesus. Becoming unglued here. I lost a creature for no reason. Order? Sure. Two. One short. I could. Thank goodness. All right. That. Layer, endurance, green sun. We can also nuke our yard. Like, there's no dependency right now. And just like shrink the Goyfs, right? Actually, I don't think it even matters. I think we just take another blocker and pass. We have to fade bolt for one turn. And they have a whole bunch. Actually, what we could do is we can endurance ourselves. That's actually, I like that line. Sure. They have bolt, they would have used it already. I think we got it. We'll endurance ourselves, get the arbor back, fetch down to. Oops, not yet. Fetch down to 2. And then how much is this now? Kind of a crazy game. All right. On the draw, this game 3 here. I don't think we want to ley line them. It seems bad. Might be better than a soul guide though. Like if we're just gonna try to, if they're gonna all in on us, actually the bog might is probably pretty good against them. I think I'd rather have that than the soul guide lantern, especially if we boarded out Saga. Might want Saga just for extra land though instead of a grief. Let's do that. That's not getting it done. There's a chance we're supposed to keep the first hand and just go turn one Reclaimer, but that curve felt pretty slow. But the problem is like our opponent probably does have like 10 removal spells, at least. So maybe we're supposed to just keep any hand and just like force them to use removal on, like they're gonna curve out anyways. Interesting. Interesting that they went for that. Actually, hindsight's 2020, but if we were to remember this, we almost can't mull. I think we get the Phoenix in here. This goes down to one now. Huh. Probably should have attacked there. The only thing is like if you leave it back, maybe our opponent thinks we have something. Yeah, I that was a mistake on my. I should not have mulled because I should have thought about the macro of this matchup in that our opponent has a lot of removal spells or one for one, so it probably doesn't matter that our hand is slow because they're probably going to just. That's annoying now. I think we punted on that, but it is what it is, right? Jesus. Our opponent should not play the fetch land there, for what it's worth. Yeah, I think we win this game if I had been smarter. Like, let them kill the first few things because it's not gonna really matter because it's better than going down on cards. Granted, we didn't know we are gonna mold at 6 too. I think we even kept in. I think even we kept in all the lands, right? Yeah, we did. It's just unfortunate. Has zero respect for your permanent. So rude. What do you mean by that? No, what? Yeah, I should have thought about it in the macro sense because like if they have a bunch of 1-for-1s, it's okay to keep a slower hand because whatever you play, it's kind of like the same reason why it's the same reason why against Thoughtseize decks you can't really mulligan aggressively anyways. This is kind of the creature version of that. So I think this is a. I mean, granted, I don't expect to play against it very much, but learning experience. Should have attacked with this too, to be honest. Oh, oh, that was a mistake. I didn't think about it, but what I could have done was block the DRC and like kill it. That was a. I'm just making a lot of bad plays right now. I don't know if it would have mattered, to be honest. Oh, no, I'm okay. That just making mistake after mistake right there. All right, let's take a look at the match again. I just can't seem to play tight anymore. How come it's not working? What is going on with the replay? Okay, so this one, argument to be made, you're supposed to mulligan. I think it's like borderline passable. We're the draw two, and okay, we didn't see what we saw. I don't know why that other one's not working. Alright, we just whiffed all the once upon a time. And that can't work for some reason. I don't know. Don't know why that other one didn't work. I can't see game 3 for some reason. If anybody wants to like go back and check Twitch to see what that opening hand was. Hey, we're playing against Dark Depths podcast here. Billy Mitchell. Yeesh. So it's hands like this actually that make me think um, like the crop rotation isn't great because you just want functional hands. And the more I think about it now, maybe the answer is not. It's just another dork, right? Just like it just means you have more functional hands or functional starts. Maybe that's the better word. I am risk averse for what it's worth. Like I don't like to mulligan much because I think it's a critical mass deck at the end of the day. And especially with payoffs like Saga now, maybe that's okay to just make it consistent and have all the dorks. Um, I think we bash. Let's see what they do. Could be a terminus. That would be unfortunate. Although Delta suggests probably not. Oh, uh-oh. I don't like this. Two cantrips off mismatched blue fetches with a Volk? It could be sneak and show. Don't want to see that. Uh-oh. My fears are possibly confirmed here. That's actually not the worst. Actually, I think they're gonna show in sneak attack, and then get us with one of the either Gristlebrand or any of the creatures we probably lose. But we gotta hope. Yep, we're not beating that. This is probably one of our worst matchups. But we do have sideboard cards for it, which is good. What do we want to cut here? Probably the lair isn't doing anything. Not to mention they're a Magus deck, so there's that too, right? They need a land that forces both players to bounce a creature when it ETB. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I can bounce like my ETB stuff. I don't know if that's in green though, for what it's worth. Uh, I think if we start this league 0-2, we can do the fun thing and like open chess and then run it back. Salvage the league, right? I also think I again, all of this is experimentation. Uh, I think in the long run is good for me. I think if you want to improve your decks, most of the time, well, sometimes, not often will you get lucky and you just like whatever your first thing you do well with. I think a lot of times you have to lose a lot first before you can actually make the gains, so to speak. And I think we've been trying to like solve this riddle of the last few slots in the main deck. I've been pretty adamant about seeing if we can improve that Alsor Shepherd slot. That is, to me, the worst slot the worst card in the main deck. I think this is interesting. It's a turn. It's a turn three needle. I feel like that might be better than some of the other stuff we have. I'm just gonna keep and see how it goes. Now, obviously, this plays really poorly into Blood Moon, but can't beat everything. And I don't think we can afford to just mold to Seas, right? That's even if you include Grief, that's roughly 50%. And Grief, you're down a card. I wonder if that other game has uh, allowed me to look at the replay yet. Yeah, I don't know why. It seems like that other replay is broken right now. Well, I think we're gonna be safe here and just fetch that. Sure. The fact that he pitched Omniscience is interesting. I wonder what that means. I wonder if that just means they don't have show and tell. The reason why we led with the Reclaimer there is because with the trigger on the stack, I wanted to get value and extract the Saga. So we're not down on land, right? Ooh, it is like really tempting for me to hit this Misty here. What do you think, chat? Do we hit the Misty or do we name something else? Do we give Billy the benefit of the doubt here? Yeah, I feel like it's just too good not to name, right? Stone Rain. Also, we have a shepherd to protect our like the counterplay. Obviously, is like Tomb into like Gristlebrand, right? I think the line here is we're gonna Atraxa right now. I think we hit the Reclaimer. Oh, I need the mana. Shepherd showing why it's good here though. So if that was a granted, maybe they don't force immediately. That's the other thing, right? Once Cradle, Green Sun, Artisan, I think. Could be a nope, no show and tell here. I think we probably have it, but we'll see. Actually, I should not have done that. What I should have done was just Green Sun. And and the reason being is in case they have some kind of answer, I can still show and tell in the Artisan, but maybe the second Shepherd is worth it. It's pretty good there. The nice thing about two versus three is it like makes sure that we're very unlikely to draw, which drawing two Shepherd against the wrong matchup is like pretty bad. Sure. We'll see how this league goes, I guess. Maybe two is right. And we just free up another sideboard slot. Wish there was another good one drop to play, but not in our colors at least. Well, there's Manadorks, but that's a little bit redundant. I think here we're just gonna seize on one and then see what happens. I think the line is seize on one, reclaimer on two, um, draw step, activate for Saga on three. Oh, uh oh. They chose not to shuffle. Haywire might still come. Ah, that is an interesting one for sure. I mean, I feel like we have to take the show and tell here, right? I'm trying to think. If there's another scenario. We have the force, but like, I think that's a little bit dangerous to allow them to try to like gamble, so to speak, right? Like, what if they had the Emrakul on top? Not to mention, if they put away this omniscience, there's actually it's probably not gonna happen anymore, right? Because they have the pedal. Um, so we can't even hit their naked sneak attack anymore. That's probably out of the question. Unless they put the pedal away for some reason, which I can't see happening. Like they definitely put the omniscience back, unless they drew the show and tell. They shuffle. That's a good sign. I think what we're gonna do here is shepherd into reclaimer, and hope that's enough. I'm gonna forget again, so I better set the stop here. Okay, that changes my line. I think we just pass here. We allow that to happen because I want to seize. We definitely take the sneak attack now. And then we just bash for two. Uh, Tomb here. Oh wow, okay. Our line is not going to change, so that's why I'm making this play here. There's actually no reason to grief here because their draw can only be show and tell, right? It had to be brainstorm into it, and I don't think that's worth it. Okay, there's the brainstorm. Oh, this is actually kind of okay. Never mind. They're gonna kill our saga here, unfortunately. That is a mean thing to do. Kind of interesting line here. Still have to take a sneak attack, I guess. Actually, probably not. The Magus is actually quite annoying right now. We're gonna have to filter for other colored land. And then we're gonna start bashing. That's actually pretty good. Ignoble, I guess. I thought about getting a grief. So, what is it called? A Fiend Artisan, but I'm not even sure Fiend Artisan does anything in board state. I think I just want to start pressuring. Like, if I get Fiend Artisan, that means I'm gonna try to get Gris, and that just feels way too slow. I'd rather just start attacking, I think, and just leave up force. There's Gris anyways, I guess. Mm, maybe we get there. Maybe we get there. Wow. Okay. Not a great matchup, but we got there. I think the Shepherd, like, being a one drop and just like hard to play with against counter magic. Maybe the second copy is just worth it. Also, the redundancy, right? I'm gonna bring this up deck again. I think Shepherd was probably pretty good there. If anything, might have even made Billy shuffle away counter magic. Uh, Two is also kind of nice because of the redundancy and the realistic chance you could just have it. So maybe opponent has to play scared. I'll be right back. Madden Fong. I've run into this player a few times. I don't remember what they're on though. I feel like they're on initiative, which if that's the case, I don't like the hand I kept. Also debatable whether the engineer should really replace the endurance. I feel like that in matches where engineer matters, we're probably already doing okay. But granted, there's something like elves or like cephalid breakfast or ninjas where it's just like lights out, right? Or on certain board states against Delver. I just feel like endurance helps the harder matchups that you maybe drop game one more. I think we can recover, and I mean I think it's gonna be successful regardless. But might be red green initiative. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna get feared here. A question I get asked a lot is like when what are the big benefits of playing Phenars? And I think against Fury decks is one of the big ones. Over say like a Glimpse Reclaimer build. I think where you can argue for Glimpse perhaps is against something like Control, where the white decks tend to be very good at answering Fiend Artisan, or the Tundra decks I should say specifically. But even like D&T, like Fiend Artisan, you're probably not untapping with it. It's like kill on sight. So I think they are on initiative here. The good thing here is like if they don't sweep, we just like put tracks into play, right? And I don't think they can beat our Nitraxa. Or Spirit Guide? Sure. I feel like it could be a what is it called? Uh oh, looks like it's a Hardcast Fury. Yep, that is kind of obscene. Sure. I don't think we fetch now. There's no reason to. I actually still love our chances here. Like we just had to fade one top deck, uh, and then we're in good shape here, right? Like we ignore this Fury. Sure. What do they have? Sure, irrelevant card. And then we attracts our opponent here. We awkwardly cannot awkwardly here cannot, yeah. Snuff out. I don't think it matters. They're not beating this card. Uh, Snuff out's like insane. I think Engineer's quite good. I don't love Shepherd in this matchup, but we might have to be priced into keeping it in. I don't love Saga either. They're a Magus deck. It might be that we just don't have enough play, but we just have to keep Endurance in. Because I don't really like Shepherd in this matchup because it dies to Fury. Grief could be reasonable to just like, I don't know, take something relevant, I guess. Force, my gut is probably not. Like, it doesn't win the board state battles. It's like kind of iffy in my opinion. And you're down a card. Nope. No, this is a lot better actually. I think we don't want to layer. They boarded in Leyline, which is really funny. Oh, oh my god, I boarded out the wrong card land. Well, that's awkward. I must have clicked on the thing by accident. There's supposed to be a bog, but hopefully we just don't draw it. We get like super punished. There's a decent chance it just doesn't matter too. If like our opponent moons us. Sure. There's like a decent chance it doesn't even matter. This is why I really like Reclaimer Artisan. Like, they are not really weak to graveyard hate, right? Like, they do things even if your opponent has a ley line. Which is part of the problem with Loam, actually. They got us to city and put it in. I think we're just gonna fetch here. I think we're gonna just Stone Rain our opponent here. So they just cannot cast something relevant. It could matter, right? Like they have holding a Fury and then they draw another land or whatever, or that. I don't think we block here. We'll take the two. Our Gris goes to two. And then I'd rather set up for the next turn. We're not gonna trade our oof, so we might as well attack with it. Here are my socials again. Seems like it's kind of slow tonight, but you know, in case you have any questions for me or whatnot. Ugh, that's annoying. Interesting. Oh my god. Well, that's kind of an insane hand by our opponent here. Oh, I should not have done that. I should not have done that. Well, I guess we need to cast a track side anyway, speaking of which. They kept in Chalice, which is kind of funny. I feel like now we want to reboard in. Actually, we're just dead on board here. We just want. I wonder if that means we're supposed to keep an Allosaurus Shepherd now. Like, Endurance admittedly is not very good in this matchup. Not that we drew it. I'm gonna board that Bayou back too. And then maybe Force. Maybe we're just supposed to play Haymaker Magic. Keep. So I think here we're gonna go. Turn one, ignoble, and see from there. Plague actually is probably not even great in this matchup. We need Goblin or Hamster, I think. Ideally, we just have natural order. Okay, Fury, sure. Maybe a Chalice here. I think we may want to just run out the Reclaimer. Oops. Shoot, that was bad. Actually, it's not the end of the world. We're just gonna grow the artisan. I guess I name Hamster here, just in case. If they want to Fury this, then that's fine with us. We can't even punish them for not respecting natural order. I could have played a Verdant, so that I don't have to kill the engineer. Oh wow, okay. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe they just assumed it's over, right? If I do that, maybe they only have one Fury. They figure if I'm untapping with the Artisans, game over. What I should have done was play out the fetch, because no matter what now, I can keep them off Hamster, and they get Grist, and that's probably effectively game over too, right? Like they can't deal with everything on the board. And actually, ironically enough, the running the creatures into the Chalice was probably what won the game, even though at first it was kind of an accident. It's an old trick that used to come up a lot with Scavenger Ooze, but works even more efficiently now with Fiend Artisan. Let's take a look at the deck. I think we have 3 Endurance and 3 Snuff Out, which is almost like the old 3 4 in your deck, right? Like reasonable chance to have one and then have the fourth in the sideboard. I do think I like 2 Leyline and 2 Force Away just not to get cheesed by certain decks. And I think Needle and either your choice of Spell Bomb or Lantern is probably correct too. I think if you know you're not gonna play a lot of combo in your meta, I think Retrofitter Foundry is probably really good. Um, but I think a lot of these slots are like somewhat locked. I think the only one is like maybe you don't need Guy's Blessing, and maybe you don't need play not plague, grief. Mm. Anybody watch Succession out there or Ted Lasso? One episode each left. Also Barry, but I'm not caught up on Barry, so NBA Finals. Barring a crazy comeback from the Celtics, I think Denver should be favored against Miami. But I think if you asked me to root for one, probably Miami. So let's take a look at the deck. Yeah, I think maybe two is the sweet spot. Three just felt like too much. Like I don't really want to draw multiple. But it's like enough to punish your opponent for and make them play scared. Okay, so our opponent here, username is Trans Rights. So shout out to them for using this platform for a good cause. I know if you want to support uh, John Ryan Hamilton, I know did a couple charity streams, including the one with me where he played Initiative and I played Cradle, and there's the Trevor Project you can to donate to. I think I'll go ahead and fetch first to thin, and then we're gonna go ahead and just try to like ramp into turn two grist, right? Judy,
Huh?
the music.
Oh,
That's okay. Hmm. What do they pitch here? Him? Looks like they're on, I don't know, either like that bug scam deck or maybe they happen to have the natural underground sea and they're on Shadow. Hmm. Really? Oh my god. So they're unfortunately like when it comes to this, like the scam package is like quite good against us. It's almost like a combo, right? Like, yeah. Usually, unfortunately, used a lot for nefarious reasons, but it is what it is. Um, I don't think we want to get wasted. Do we attack here? I mean, they could technically have Fairy Mastermind. I think they do. We just snuff it out, right? If they had Wasteland, they would have wasted our buy already for its worth. Um, I don't think we're. I mean, if they had him, they would as well. I don't remember if they saw natural or not. I felt like they. Okay, they did not. It looks like. Oh my god. Okay, I can live with that. Just hope they don't have it. Oh my god. I think this deck list got posted because it seems pretty popular at the moment. I think I saw somebody's list here. Could be wrong. It's like quite awkward for us though. Like they have pseudo mirror breakers in the sense that their snuff out's probably better than ours, and unfortunately, days again. Yeah. The problem is they can like grief and then reanimate our stuff too, which is like kind of scary. Or maybe not. Like a Fiend Artisan without anything else, maybe not. I wonder if we should just like board into ley line. Actually, we're stone dead. There's no out here. They attack with both, and then we can't block the grief on the crackback, so we'll just concede. It's not really awkward tonight right here. Um, I think given that they're they have waste or no? They have days, so probably have waste as well and didn't draw it. Yeah, yeah. So I think Mike has played this deck. I think Mike ramped me the other day actually with Deed. Um, let's see how many cards. We have a whole bunch of dead cards in this matchup. So there's this that we can do already. Grief is like really awkward because I'm not sure I want them to reanimate our grief. So there's that, right? Um, actually, engineer is really good. Uh, I think we can just board all of this out. Like we're not going to be able to cast our natural order, in my opinion, and I think we can just like play lower to the ground and like mess and disrupt their game plan. See how that shakes out. I think there's a realistic chance that like I don't know if they play Murktide or not, but maybe Leyline's not worth it. It stops their scam plays, which is like quite annoying. Actually, I should not have fetched Bayou because there's no reason, there's no snuff out in this matchup. At least they pitched the reanimate. I think it might be wrong to board in the ley line because they, like I said, they can just reanimate our stuff. Granted, the only one worse reanimator is probably the Gris. Maybe endurance is okay too. I don't know. I don't think we want to run the Gris into. If we draw Kratos, great, but I don't think we want to run Gris into Days. We can obviously get himmed here or like seized here. Actually, it wouldn't be seized because they would have done it last turn. So if we didn't have the ley line, we probably would have got scammed, right? Like they would have reanimated our thing and then like just shred our hand apart. So what do they pitch here? This matchup is for sure very awkward. Um, I'd get D. Okay, so the thing is we're playing around Deed as well. They are ex shaman, so we're like screwed. But so maybe we're just supposed to just not play around it. Like we get like destroyed here by engineer, but I just don't think we have it. We can afford to play around it. Maybe we're supposed to just keep it in the natural order package in this matchup, and just play like a combo deck. We're gonna get 4 for 1 here potentially, but um, all right, I think we are gonna get 4 for 1 here. Nope. Okay, that's not bad. Or 5 for 1 right now. I just wonder how we're supposed to win this kind of game though. Maybe we need to keep the natural order package in. Admittedly, like I haven't played this matchup much. Yeah, they have the PE, which is like we just probably just scoop to be honest, right? Ugh, that's annoying. Yeah, like I just think maybe because they have green, we can't just assume Gris is gonna win. Oh man. They trade with the Strix for sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't. I'm not just not sure how we beat the green cards in their deck. Actually, yeah, I guess we do it now. They're gonna plus anyways. I think we actually do we want to bounce all this stuff back? Actually, probably not. Maybe. Sure. That's actually kind of insane top deck. Yeah, I have to think about what this means. Like, maybe C's is not the way to go, right? Because I'm not sure how we beat their. I don't know. It's kind of hard, I think. We're not gonna play around Deed at all. If they have it, they have it. I think we put the grist back or exile that, so you know. What? Play around the days if possible. I wonder how relevant the ley line was. It prevented us from being scammed. Maybe that's relevant enough. Have you seen Wasteland from our opponent? Yeah, we have. That was a very strange game. Um, they could have Earl. I don't know if they do or not. We didn't see it. Like this somehow feels like maybe it's right. The question though is the other thing is like they didn't have any pressure. Maybe we're supposed to just play a low to the ground game and just like not try to cheese a win with natural. You draw any of these two cards, you probably just lose on the spot. Um, Guy's blessing, prob probably. Question is over what? I think it's probably fine. Is it? Let's run it back. That's kind of interesting. I don't think grief. Like I don't think that's the kind of game we want to play. We were like super vulnerable to engineer on shaman for like multiple turns, even towards the end. I think here we don't leave ourselves susceptible to the wasteland because there's no snuff out. Like we learned our lesson from the previous game. They probably kill that. I don't know. I wonder if they boarded out their daisies. Maybe. Him, maybe? No. Strix, sure. They might just snuff this out. We'll see. That's interesting that they did that. They must have just drawn into the grief or wanted to see what they. I think it's like weird that they pitched a snuff out, which is like really insane. They may just take this too. I'm a little scared of that. Like either we have some premium targets. Probably the grist, to be honest, actually. So whichever one they don't take, interesting, is gonna be the one that we slam. That's a bird, right? Yeah. If they had reanimated, they would have taken the grist. Unless they don't know. Like, I'm sure they know though. Our opponent hasn't done anything to make it seem like they don't know what's up. Oh my god, it might be a Wither Bloom command. That card is like obscene against us, and it's not like we can really play around that card either. Jesus. Yeah, it's like I'm kind of surprised what's going on, to be honest. I think we're supposed to attack here. They want to trade, they can. Okay, I guess we have the bog now. So they trade the grief here. Maybe we can start attacking. Actually, don't. Actually, no. I don't want Asterix to land. I better do it now. Like if they have a natural land, then we just like we get grief for no reason, like they did there, right? On the Earl. Jesus. Okay. We can't really play around that card too. Jesus Christ. I think the only way we play around that card is with natural order, which I think can lose you the game. The problem is this is like very hard for us to beat. Ugh, unfortunate. Like we needed a play to the board too because of the pending Earl. That could. And Witherbloom Command is almost like they're pre-boarded against us, which is tough. We need a shuffle right now from our opponent. Mm. So they probably kept something they like. Strix. The problem is Strix makes it so it's hard to win fair. Oh my god, that's pretty bad too for us. I think we have to force the wasteland out. like we have to force this out. They want to. Oh, they've messed that up. Yeah, they should have done it on their turn. I don't know what's going on. I think that was the first major blunder from our opponent. Sure. Could be, yeah, could be. Maybe they attack here. No, they didn't. Consider we got like 4 for 1 on the Consider we got 4 for 1. We're not even like that bad right now, and this if this resolves is gonna be really good. Do I even I don't think I want to attack. I think I want to get Grist going. Like if they top like another Strix, like the attack looks really dumb. If they go to 4, I think we can live with that. If they deed us, they deed us. I think they would have done it already. Sure. All right. This game is very close. Uh, we can't quite attack it, and then the Strix is like super annoying. I think we do that and see what they do. They want to force if they can. Endurance is decent. And then we'll just pass. We were hoping to hit a cradle there, but it wasn't meant to be. What do they? What? Maybe our opponent has endurance. What did? Okay, what is going on here? I'm thinking about doing that, to be honest. To clear the Strix. Is our opponent gonna dare to uh, allow us to untap with Cradle Man? There's no freaking way. Like, what if we just kept in the... If they have an endurance, this is like so problematic. Yeah, well, I'm gonna see what they how they respond to this. I don't think they have endurance, but I could be wrong and then lose on the spot. That might draw up force. Days. Yikes. Alright. Actually, let's do that. This is game 2, I believe. Wow, okay, that was kind of insane. Our line now was we finally unlocked the Cradle Mana. We were just gonna reclaim it for lair. That was my next line. And just like go the distance, hopefully. Alright, that was very close. I'll be right back to finish up. Yeah, the Fiend Artisans went the distance. I thought they couldn't. They're gonna have trouble closing because of. That's a good point, HC Pog. To be fair, we only have six shamans, so like it's it just so happened we drew all of them. But to be fair, they could easily name Arbor or something or Dryad as well, right? And or Insect. That's why I'm trying to cut Shepherd, right? To drop on the number of Shaman. Although to really diversify, what I could do is just play more, change the ignobles to like nobles, right? I think that game or those two games there made me realize I probably want Layla in the matchup because from their deck, I saw a Deed, which I just don't think we can play around. Like our deck is not built to beat like Deed. That's true. It can almost do that. I think the way we want the problematic card of that matchup is Witherbloom Command, and I think Layla and the Voice shutting the land part out of that and just the mill part to turn on Uro potentially is where we want to be. We're probably gonna have a hard time crossing the finish line because of their like Strix and their and whatnot, but that's what Engineer is for in that matchup too, for what it's worth. I don't. I think thinking back, we offer the trade for the Grist. I think in hindsight, I wouldn't do that because I just think we have a hard time closing if Strix is on the board. Yeah, Deed. I just don't know how we can beat Deed from the way we board it. I just outside of keeping a natural order, which has its own problems, right? Because they're a Days Wasteland deck. Um, I just think we're gonna have problems casting natural order most of the time. And if you draw one of these two cards, you probably lose on the spot. So I think we just accept losing to Deed. The good thing is like if they play D, they probably don't have engineers, so that's probably why we just like dodge engineer there, right, so to speak. Golgari Charm is like pretty interesting, yeah. Like if they D'd us, we could regen, right? But I just think those kind of cards are not good in our deck because we're a mostly tap out mid range deck. We could have done that. I just don't think. at that point it was worth it, and the reason being is because like I smell blood in the water, and we had like 10-10s out. I think at some point we're just gonna start bashing, right? Like I just don't think we need to grind anymore, and just essentially shorten the game by a couple turns. Like force our opponent to have the answer for the artisan. Like we could have done it if like we couldn't cross the finish line, for instance, right? But we smell blood in the water with the multiple fiend artisan. Yeah, we smell blood in the water, and I just figured it's better to close. We did have right. We didn't even get to unlock Saga, but like our opponent has to respect the fact that we can just at any time artisan for a Traxxer or something. So they had to take us off. Um, they had to waste us out crit. They did make the one mistake on doing our upkeep, which I didn't understand. But aside from that, I felt like they played pretty well. What is going on? Okay, that changes our plan big time. You have built your own Mirror Lage with those. That's true. You got two 10-10s out. All right. This is like weird, but I think we have to leave just in case, right? I think we want to just natural order as quickly as possible or whatnot. I think we have to leave Snuff out up. Just live with it. We're not gonna block. I don't think I've seen it either. All right, that's fine. Hmm. So we played the lair there just because like it's more mana efficient. Obviously the higher upside play is to play the fetch, and then we could. But then I don't think they're gonna beat an attraction that resolves for what it's worth. They look like they're a mono green infect deck, which means the snuff out could be very devastating, depending what they do. No blocks. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell, target opponent gets a poison counter. Sure, I guess. Natty O wants, I think, Artisan and that. Sinkhole. Interesting. What does that mean? The good thing is I don't think they actually have an out to attract, but I could be wrong. I don't want to like lose this matchup, which I think is like kind of favorable because of engineer, but I don't want to lose this 4-1 because I get overconfident here. Green Sun. Sure. Yeah, that is accurate. Probably just that. Yeah, Snuff Out is just obscene against this kind of deck. They're just they have to go all in. No, no, and just like can lose at any time. It's kind of it's pretty obscene. Yeah, random non-black creature combo like elves, infect, like that kind of stuff. Like we're significantly better against now. Um, what do we? Okay, needle is good. I don't even think we want grief. Force is good. Just to hit their ink mob. I think that's one of the few cards that actually matter. Shiver doesn't has no text. Neither does Bog. Lair has no text. I don't think we want endurance actually. Uh, the other rot priest. I'm trying to think why if that would matter. Seize is probably very good in this matchup. I don't think this is a grist matchup. It feels slow to me. Uh, I can see like one endurance maybe to block. That's about it. It's like kind of bad otherwise. I don't think this is a grinding matchup. I don't think this is a layer or soul guide matchup, especially with needle. Uh, there's that Phyrexian mom, but I think that's why we didn't see any white. I think this is probably fine. This deck did feel a lot more cohesive this second league. I know the first league went 3-2. We're pending, you know, results here, but we do win. I think it's correlated. Um, I think we can do better than this, right? Because it's a cradle and there's no fiend artisan. There's no like anything super detrimental for our opponent here. This is like a mole already. Two reclaimers. That's like almost a mole. Keep. What did we change between leagues? Good question. I added back a second shepherd. We just wanted another one drop. It just felt like we were mulliganing too much because we just didn't have a one drop in hand, so to speak, right? Sure, I think we just live with that. I think if they have the kill here, we just live with it. Like, we can't play around everything. Not to mention, if we seize, it's almost like a time walk on ourselves. Sure. Maybe if they have it, I don't know. Sure. Oh my god, they're not even running Invigorate. This is like a budget version. We'd be dead already, right? So they go to 6 here. I mean, there's a chance we're just dead, right? If they had the kill, they would have gone for it, I think. Maybe they want to go for it unprotected. Um, Possibly they're holding a Veil of Summer too. I think we just get Artisan here and hope we don't die. It's like so dangerous for us to. Actually, that was a mistake. We have. Alright, that was a mistake. We have Natural Order next turn for our Traxa, so we should have seized. That was bad on our behalf. Um, I think given that we screwed up, we just block here just to be safe. We have an Atraxa next turn, so I think that that part just ends the game on the spot. Snuff out, which is like nuts in this matchup. Cradle, Seize, probably Endurance. Do they have an out to Atraxa? Is the question. Oh my god. Oh, I see why. Interesting. That's actually really scary. Ooh, I might not get there. Alright, what does our opponent have here? Nothing. Alright. Just gotta dodge one turn, I guess. Session or no? We lose to this card, unfortunately. Oh my god. What is going on here? My god. Well. Alright, I think I have to think about I don't think this is what we want. I think we just want to go low to the ground. I don't think the endurance actually matters. I don't think so, actually, Inigo. For what? Shoot. This is a slow hand, actually. Like, you don't get artisan so much. Like, you do have the snuff out, which is like pretty good. Um, Maybe you just go snuff out backup, and then at some point, turn 4, I guess, you have an engineer. It's actually probably good enough. It's probably good enough. This is like obscene in this matchup, so I actually think I keep. We go turn 1 artisan and just essentially gamble that they can't beat us through a snuff out. Um, it's not because it's not gonna get better than this card, in my opinion. Like, pun not intended. Like, obviously we can have natural engineer, but that requires like other setup too. This is like a turn 4 kill. I don't think they can beat engineer with protection. And we're on the play, so really they have to beat us turn 3. Sure. I don't mind that at all. I think that's good for us. Mm, what could they possibly have here? I guess in case they have a removal spell, we pitch the Reclaimer. I think in this kind of matchup, you don't want to grind. I think if you want to grind out, there's better things than Priest, right? Although, I don't know. I could be wrong. This is my gamble, right? Like they cannot beat us turn three through snuff out, especially since they have no haven't shown any signs of force of will yet, or something strange like that. They probably go all in here, and we're not gonna react until we need to. We have lethal here. Sure. I think they might have more pumps, but I don't think that does anything. Right? We have like way more than lethal. I think if this is like a normal effect deck, it's like way scarier. I don't know why this is in the deck. But all right, we got the 4-1. Pretty happy about that, I guess. You know, full value league, I guess, right? 15 matches or games. I wonder if this works yet. Argument to be made. I think we just like lost this on the mulligan too. Yeah, we can't. I can't really complain about this one loss because all the other ones are 2-1 wins as well. And I'm sure we got lucky somewhere, especially this Madden Fong player. Yeah, I agree, Sadra. The good thing is the deck did feel a lot better. I'll go over the changes real quick. Um, I think two may be the sweet spot. Like we tried the other league with one crop and one loam. The problem is the loam is like sometimes dead against some of these faster decks. And I think we should be favored against any longer game anyways. Like our deck is very good at grinding it out. So I think a one-off loam probably can do without just save the sideboard slot. The crop rotation we ran into situations where like we just want a functional hand, and if you're land light, crop rotation does not equal a functional hand. So I think we just want creatures. Uh, I think the second Shepherd was fine. I don't think we need three and just can shave for additional sideboard like bombs. The threat of the second one is like kind of important, I think, against some of these blue combo decks, or just to instill fear into your blue player. The other thing is against control. I think we want to board out 3, 4, 5, 6 at minimum, maybe even the second endurance, the last endurance, but at minimum 6. And that means 4 seizes and maybe the greed. That's 5. The soul guide probably comes in. That's 6. And that's just like barely enough, right? Against control. Like some matches, maybe you want engineer that the endurance can come out or something like that. Maybe you don't even want the grief. Like I can see that being the bare minimum. Against Delver, we're also working on the bare minimum, right? Like 6 as well. Collector Oop plus 5 natural order. So Plague Engineer Snuff Out, that's 2. Endurance 3, Soul Guide 4, Blessing 5. Like, and this is like real shaky in my opinion because of Lantern. They kind of do the same thing. And Grief would be 6. I've heard good things from Matt Olay with Grief in the Delver mapping. I can see it, to be honest. Like if Your land light, you just have to pitch a grist or something, or just to force an endurance through. Maybe you pitch a snuff out you can't cast anymore, or like a grist that's like dead early on. You want to force the endurance through or something like that, or for extra lotus paddle mana off of like cradle. Like I don't hate it, I guess, or pitch an engineer that's useless. That's true. They die when they forgot in blue. So I'll try that and see how that works. But like that gives me what I want, which is like more combo hate in the sideboard, right? Like two Force of Vigor, two Ley Line. Like this is all bombs in the sideboard, more or less. Anybody have any? I know it sounds like not much, but like shaving one card off the main deck, and then just essentially be more immune now to like combo game one with three snuff out, three endurance, depending on the combo deck. Obviously, we're still dog to a Rite of Flame, but I think overall pretty good. If there are no other questions, I guess I'll just raid Caleb. If nobody has any other questions, that'll be it. This may be my last stream for a little bit. We'll see how things shake out, but have some stuff going on right now that some of you already know, but I mentioned it early on. Like we're expecting, so should be any time now, and I suspect I'll be very very busy in the near term. With that said, I'll go ahead and raid Caleb. All right, thank you for hanging out tonight, and hopefully you guys learned a thing or two. I know I did. Thank you. Thank you again, Sadra.